Hello? Um, Hello? Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, welcome back. Gotta be honest, kinda feel like shit today. If I'm being honest. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I just want to go to sleep. That's how I feel. Yeah, stream over. Everybody pack it up. The stream actually over? No, I was trolling. It was just a little troll. Just a little troll, nothing to worry about. Can explain why people develop perfectionism as a result of ADHD. It all ties back to anxiety, right? It all ties back to anxiety. I feel like my brain's offline. I'm sitting here trying to think, and I'm just Head empty. Did I read your whole thing? No, not yet. Did you hear the part where I said I felt like shit today? Ugh. Realized a lot of my OCD is ADHD related because I ended up using anxiety as a way of getting things done. I'm not sure if that's a bad thing, but I don't like the unhealthy perfectionism I have. Anxiety exists to help you get stuff done, but what ends up happening is when anxiety is left unchecked, it actually prevents us from doing things. Sometimes it's better to be done than to be perfect. I'm regressing in age. Yeah, I've gotten younger. Benjamin Button syndrome. I'm 85 this year. See if I can wake my brain up a little bit. Really being weird. What? Oh. feel like shit. I think it's just, I don't know. I think I'm feeling a little depressed. Just been having a hard time being motivated. Been feeling low energy. Just been wanting to sleep. You know how it goes. Need to get my ass outside. Need to go for a walk. Need to go camping or something. It's one of those days where it's like you can just feel your bed calling to you. But we're gonna hang in there. We're gonna hang in there. That's what we do. This is me right now. I'm hanging in there. How are you all feeling today? See if I can find my feeling on the wheel. You know, I think I am just feeling a little depressed today. I feel like I'm running on fumes. Just been struggling to do the things that I need to do. You know how it goes. Yeah, I woke up and I shaved and cut my hair, and that was a W. I think it's just, you know, I'm ready to have the house finished. You know, the house has just been being worked on for so long. I'm just ready for it to be done. Speaking of, the painting's almost done, so I'm gonna be laying some tile pretty soon. That might change up my stream schedule a bit. I might have to stream later or earlier, I'm not sure. But I have to kind of work it around me doing tile, so we'll see how that goes. The end in sight, what else needs done? I'm just focusing on the next step. I'm trying to follow my own advice. Rather than focus on all the steps, I'm just focusing on the next one. Once the painting is done, I will do the flooring. Might be helpful to talk about what's stressing me. I've just been feeling a bit disconnected lately from everyone and everything. It's a place I feel like I've been before, but I don't feel like I'm there as badly as I have been. Everyone has their ups and downs, and we kind of, have these cycles that flow throughout the year. I don't know. I just feel disconnected, you know? Even as I say that, I have therapist me in the back of my brain who's just like, well, what do you want to do about that feeling? What's the solution? Like, well, the solution is to reconnect. I think it's also just been frustrating because, like, my arm's been healing. Like, my arm is most of the way healed. It still hurts a little bit, but, like, I don't know, just that process has just been exhausting. Hope it's better pre-tiling. Good thing I'm an ambidextrous tiler. Anyway, thank you to GNG and LSBW for resubscribing. Thank you. Didn't know if it was okay to plug a positive for a candidate for Nebraska U.S. Senate. Fire away. Also, a belated Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers in the community. Hope you all had a good Mother's Day. Learning to not be a people pleaser is so hard. I'm gonna just go with it. I can't allow myself to put a value of meaning to it when their actions don't show that level of care. I ask myself why it matters to me, and it boils down to wanting the appreciation or recognition. What can I do knowing I've made the attempt and done what I can to show I'm here to do XYZ? Thanks, Papa. Stopping people-pleasing behavior is tricky. In fact, I've got a whole slideshow about it. We'll go through it later. We've got some more questions to get to, but we'll revisit that one. Appreciation and recognition are a part of why we people please. It's important to remember, though, that whenever it comes to any of our behaviors, we do things because we want a positive result, but we also do things because we want to avoid a negative result. And so sometimes we people please because we want appreciation and recognition. Those are the positives. Those are the, But then we might also become people pleasers to avoid the negative. Meaning, if I don't do this thing for this person, they're going to not like me. So yeah, just something to think about. Whenever it comes to any of our behaviors, we try to seek out the positive and avoid the negative. Those are both motivators in our behavior. I feel like ultimately, do what you can for people. But just try not to forget that you are also somebody who is deserving of your own care, We'll take a look through the people-pleasing slideshow later, so we'll come around to that. Brain Domain, help me. My sister is in the ward for mental health issues, and I'm taking care of her 4-month-old puppy. How do I do this? I'm just a girl, a small girl. He's just a puppy, a small puppy. And he's crazy and he barks and ruins clothes. Help me. Puppies, when they're online, they're online. They will run and bark and chew And so that's why you want to have toys, that's why you want to have outside time, that's why you want to go on walkies. But the thing about puppies is that they also sleep. And so it's a balance. It's just like dealing with a little toddler. Sometimes you just gotta tire them out. What you gotta remember is that dogs, they have to walk on all four of their legs. And so they get tired faster just walking around than you or I would, because we don't expend as much energy because we only have to use 2 legs. So the trick with a dog, whether it be a puppy or an adult dog, is sometimes you just gotta tire it out. Give them stuff to chew on. Give them a place to play. When you're dealing with a puppy, honestly, it's like, if possible, you want to make a certain room like the puppy room. You know what I mean? Like, no cords they're gonna chew, nothing they're gonna ruin. Also, it's a good time to start practicing the leash training. You know, take them out on little walks and stuff. It's also a good time to start teaching the dog tricks. You get little treats, and start teaching it how to do stuff. If you want to learn more tips, more tricks, there's plenty of guides and videos online that can help you to figure out what you can do with a little puppy. Also, I would just try to remember that your sister, and I'm sorry to hear that your sister's going through a hard time right now. Just think, you know, you're taking good care of this dog for your sister. And just think how much she'll appreciate that you were there to take good care of that puppy. My mom's new puppy learned that if she pees in the floor drain, nobody will know that she did it inside. Honestly, that's kind of based. Hey, Papa, what makes you feel better when you're having one of those days? I'm having one of those days. What helps me feel better is helping people. One of the things I've found to be true in life is one of the best ways that you can help yourself is by helping others. So even just being here and talking to you and talking to you about stuff that you are working on helps me. Outside of that, nature. Just getting outside and enjoying nature. Listening to the birds. Feeling the sun. All the sounds and smells of nature. Taps into a certain primal part of your brain. Reminds you that you are a living being of this earth. Like fragrances as a grounding technique. Aromatherapy. Aromatherapy. You know, even just having like a good smell. Whether it be like a candle or, you know, an oil diffuser or incense, whatever. Like when you're trying to improve your mood, try to improve your mood through all of your senses. So that's what makes me feel better. It's important to remember, though, that sometimes just trying again tomorrow is also okay. Although, admittedly, I feel like I rely on that one too much. Hey, I need help understanding what I'm dealing with. Try my best. I think I've kind of talked about this before, being on mirtazapine and weight gain issues. Mirtazapine. I'm gonna have to look this one up to remind myself what this one does. Oh, it's an atypical tetracyclic antidepressant. Oh yeah, good old Remeron. Saw a few people who were prescribed Remeron, but that one's not as common as some of the other ones. But before today, I've been feeling okay. I've been dealing with this muscle pain in my legs, but I got medicine for the pain and I've been feeling better. So the good, I haven't had any panic attacks for 2 months, and I've been actively looking for work, which is huge for me, and generally been pretty good. 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 This is a long one, but I'm just glad that you didn't apologize for the length of it. Every time somebody tries to do a long question, they're always like, I'm sorry for the length. I'm like, no, it's fine. It gives me more to read. This morning I got on the scale for the first time since last month. I only weigh myself once a month. I've gained 25 pounds since being on mirtazapine. I've mentioned this issue with my psychiatrist twice before, and he's always been, the benefits outweigh the negatives. But seeing my weight being near my all-time high, and I've done a lot of progress losing weight over the past year being erased, it set me off. I went a little crazy. I started a fight with my partner. I feel ugly in the mirror, my shirts don't fit right. I called up my psychiatrist nurse line and left a bit of an unhinged message about being ignored. I think your psychiatrist said that without possibly knowing your history related to things such as body image. Like if you have a history of like body image or like disordered eating, it's like your psychiatrist should keep that in mind when they say things like that. I know I have a lot of issues with food. I grew up poor, with generally shitty parents. My mom used to always make comments on my appearances when I was going through puberty. I had grown little man boobs, and she would make fun of me. Well, that's fucked up. She would always make me eat food that they made for dinner, or I would go hungry. I couldn't let food go to waste. I used to love sports until she made comments of being too slow because of being fat. Well, it's like, Jesus Christ, woman, how are you supposed to get faster? Well, it's like, that's just not okay. It's like the people in the gym. It's like the people in the gym who are fit, and then they see somebody in the gym who's like, maybe they're skinny, maybe they're overweight, maybe, they're just not shredded, and, they're made fun of. It's like, motherfucker, I'm in the gym to get in shape. Why are you making fun of me for not being in shape? That's what I'm literally here trying to do. Just imagine how your mom thought about her image. Just imagine how much she hated what she looked like. Because that's why she did it to you. It was fucked up and it was wrong, what she did. But maybe understanding why she did it might help. Like, people who are confident in their own appearance don't go around making fun of other people for their appearance. Like, people do that because of their own deep-seated insecurities. Like, making fun of people and putting others down isn't the behavior of a confident person. Just so you know. Like, shit, Mom, like, you're gonna give me shit for not being faster? Like, how am I supposed to get faster? I dealt with bulimia from my early teens to 20s until I basically ruined my throat from stomach acid. Yeah, bulimia is no joke. Bulimia has a lot of... Like, any eating disorder. Any eating disorder needs to be treated super seriously. I hate how I look with every fiber of my being. My question for you, and you don't have to answer me because we're keeping this anonymous, but I just want you to think about it. What are some things that you actually do like about yourself? What are some of your features that you actually are proud of? Because there probably are some. Even if it's just a tiny little thing. Like, your size and your shape and your appearance are the least interesting things about a person. Once again, for those in the back, your size, your shape, your appearance, these are the least interesting things about you. Like if you have too much weight, you can lose weight. If you are skinny, you can, you know, gain muscle. You can gain your physique. It's like people just get so caught up on the external, and it's just, I don't know. So like it's all fleeting, right? It's like we're all gonna be old and wrinkled in the end. It's like, so why does it fucking matter? I see people dying from being overweight and unhealthy, and I just feel like a lost cause. I've been tracking my weight on Excel since 2008, and it has more ups and downs than something with a lot of ups and downs. Do you think that that's healthy? Tracking your weight in such a way? I don't know, to me that just feels like it would stress me out. I'm always telling people to not fixate so much on your weight because your weight can fluctuate 10 pounds or more just depending on how much water is in your system, how much you ate that day. Like you could lose 3 pounds just by taking a poop. Your weight fluctuates too much for it to be an accurate representation of how you should feel about yourself. Alright? I think about how expensive it would be to cremate me just because of extra fat. I just want to be skinny. I want to be able to find a large men's shirt and put it on and it fit me. That could happen. There's nothing stopping that from happening. But you gotta work for it. It's like it takes work to burn fat. That's what you want to do. You gotta work for it. And what you need to do is you need to let go of that voice in the back of your head that's your mom telling you all of these nasty things about yourself, or discouraging you from exercising when you were overweight. It's like she could have been out there cheering you on for trying your best, but instead she decided to put you down because you weren't doing well enough. It's like, how are you supposed to get better? So just do yourself a favor and just kick her voice out of your head. Just evict it from your mind. It's like clearly her thoughts and her judgments and her opinions were misguided. That's a nice way of putting it. They were cruel and demeaning. And you don't need to apply that same value to yourself. You don't need to view yourself the way that she views you. I hate to even say this, but it's likely that being skinny won't actually fix the issue that you have. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Cutie Cheeks is correct, because this is what happens when you have body image issues, is that fixing your body doesn't fix the issues that you have with how you view your body. This is why people who are anorexic you can see their bones, but they still feel like they're overweight. It's about you feeling comfortable in your body and trying to figure out how you could feel more comfortable in your body. Honestly, yoga is one of the best ways to just feel more in tune with your body and to just get a more accurate feeling for what your body is. You know, if you're dealing with issues of like body dysmorphia, yoga can help you to find yourself more grounded in your body. Also, a reminder. Actually, I don't know if I've said this before, so I don't know if it is a reminder. I just want to say this. Exercise and working out is meant to be a celebration of what you can do rather than a punishment for who you are. I can't deal with the feelings of jealousy of my partner getting Ozempic despite being fairly healthy weight and no diabetes reasons. Why did she get Ozempic then? I just want to, just a public service announcement. I'm not a fan of people using drugs like Ozempic for weight loss. The long-term effects of using these types of things, it is not good. It can alter the way that food tastes and may even impact your ability to derive pleasure from activities that you enjoy. Don't fuck with your brain's connection with food. Ozempic has all sorts of side effects that we don't really know about yet. It is pretty scary how easily people are able to get it, though. Also, it gives you Ozempic face. One of the side effects of Ozempic is that it can basically do to your face what, like, other types of drug use can affect your face. Basically, it just makes you look hollow. It prematurely ages you. It's weird that your partner got prescribed Ozempic without being, like, actually diabetic. I don't know. It's kind of disturbing that so many people are being prescribed it so readily when the side effects of it can be extremely harmful. People are just too focused on the short-term gain of, well, it'll help me lose weight. But it's like, yeah, but at what cost? She doesn't even try to lose weight or be healthy. Well, that's what you want to normally try to do. Without sounding unsympathetic, but I always listened and supported her through her sob stories about her being overweight, but she has weight loss surgery and now Ozempic. Anytime I mention how my weight affects me, I feel like she isn't taking me seriously. She suggested one time, try writing down what you eat in a day. That felt so condescending and invalidating, on par with, if you're poor, have you tried not being poor? Okay, so this was an error in communication. You came to her with the goal of your communication to be an emotional exchange. You were trying to talk about your feelings, and she responded with a practical conversation. Here is something that you can do that can help, rather than just talking about and processing your feelings. So it's an error in communication. I don't think that your partner meant to be condescending and invalidating. She was just trying to offer a practical bit of advice, which sometimes people do. I don't know, I feel like I've tried everything and I'm just a living failure. And knowing my medication is contributing to it and kind of out of my control is infuriating. Your feelings are valid here. Except for the one about identifying as a living failure. We're not going to validate that feeling, because I don't feel like you are a living failure. You're not a failure until you give up. Have you given up? That sounds like you need somebody who you can talk to express your emotions related to how you're feeling regarding your body image, because you've got a history here. You've got, during your adolescence, you've got, the effect that your mom had on your body image, and you have this history of, insecurity with your body, but then also an inability to talk with people about it because the people who talk to you about it either, are just critical or, they're not really giving you that empathy that you're looking for. So outside of seeing a psychiatrist for it, possibly seeing a counselor might also be helpful. Somebody who has a specialty in eating disorders. I'm not going to offer you practical solutions because that's not what you're looking for at this time. That's not really what I'm picking up from this. But your goals are achievable. Your goals are achievable, so figure out what you need to do to make that happen. I'm not going to tell you what you need to do. if you want more practical advice on how to get yourself into better shape, I'd be happy to offer some, but I won't unless you ask. Reignite that love you had for sports. You say you used to love sports. What can we do to reignite that love? If you can enjoy getting into shape, you're set. If you can find pleasure in the act of doing, if you can find pleasure in the challenge and in the struggle, that's how you get there. I know you're feeling off today, and let me tell you, you are a king. Know this. Some days the crown is heavy, my friend. Thank you, though. This is an interesting. This is okay. What's the youngest I would date if Casey was never born and you were single? And be honest. And also, what's the oldest and be real? This is a weird question. This is a weird question. I'm just gonna speak more generally. I feel like if you're an adult, if you're over 30, do you really have any business dating anybody who's under 25? I'm not gonna answer for me, I'm just gonna answer generally so then you can also understand how I feel about it without me, like, specifically answering your question, because this is just kind of weird. But I feel like if you're over 30, it's like, why are you dating somebody with an underdeveloped brain? The human brain isn't fully developed until you're about 25 years old. So if you are dating somebody under 25, there's a reason why you are targeting somebody who is naive and less experienced and more emotionally vulnerable. Anytime I meet anybody who's under the age of 25, they look like a child to me. I just find it really weird. I find it really weird when old people date teenagers. I just find that really, 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 really weird and also kind of gross. What are some of the pieces of advice slash therapy tools slash etc. where you have the biggest disconnect between being able to give as advice versus ability to employ it in your own life? I feel like this can really apply to any bit of advice that we give. Most advice goes unlistened to. The trick of therapy is to get someone to come to a conclusion on their own. The trick to therapy is to get the person to come to that conclusion and to think that it was their idea. Instead of just telling somebody to let something go, you want them to arrive at the conclusion, oh yeah, I should let that go. So, like, there are times in life where I find it difficult to follow my own advice. Like, there are times in life where, like, I know what I need to do, but I still have a hard time doing it. Kind of just depends on the day. But I think as long as you approach the world with a beginner's mindset, if you can just enjoy having a beginner's mind, then you are always learning and you're always finding avenues for growth. And so just try to learn something every day. I think for me personally, though, I find it surprising that some of you are still have relationships with some of the people in your life that have just mistreated you or like treated you so poorly. Like that, I'm like intrigued. I think it's important to have boundaries in your life, and I think that's another thing that can apply to this question is just because the thing about boundaries is that they're always kind of shifting and changing. It's like it's an organic thing. It's like since sometimes, you feel like you have this firm boundary, but then a certain situation happens and you bend the rules. I don't know. Whenever I give advice, I always try to approach it from the perspective of this is what I found worked for me. I don't normally like to talk about things or offer solutions or give advice unless I actually have like lived experience with it. This also kind of lends to the saying that the real work of therapy happens outside of the therapist's office. Like, you do the real work out in the real world. Like, you mend your life while you're out there living your life. And so, whenever you're in a situation and you feel like this is an opportunity for me to learn something, or this is an opportunity for me to practice a new skill, if you can just change the way that you view your triggers, if you can change the way that you view your stress and your anxiety, it's like rather than viewing it the way that you have been viewing it, you view it as, oh, an opportunity for practice. If I can view my anxiety, if I feel the anxiety building within me, I can view it as, oh, good, an opportunity for me to practice working through my anxiety, rather than feeling a sense of dread. Your therapist always gave you homework. Good therapists give homework, I find. I was the type of therapist to give people homework because that's when you do the real work, is when you're out living your life. It's like that 50 minutes that you're sitting together in a therapist's office, it's like that's not your real life. You're just talking about your life. You don't fix your life when you're sitting there in that office. You fix your life when you're out there living it. Here's a bit of advice for those of you who have graduated therapy or who don't see their therapist anymore. Just get into the habit of asking yourself, what would my therapist say about this? What would my therapist tell me about this situation? Or what would they tell me to do? Or what would they suggest? And then what you realize is that you can probably figure it out. If you sit there and you're like, okay, what would my therapist say about this? It'll probably come to you, right? And then you realize, oh wait, I came up with that. It was in my brain. I knew the answer. It's one of those mind-blowing moments. You're like, whoa, it all comes together. The real therapist is inside me. Hey, Queen Eclipse, thank you for subscribing. I would just try that. Just try that. The next time you're feeling stressed or you're not sure what to do, just ask yourself, what would, and then, a person in your life that is inspiring to you, a person in your life that motivates you, a person who gives you good advice, just ask yourself, what would they say? What would they tell me to do? And what you'll come to find is that your brain is actually pretty good at figuring that out. And then you just need to make that connection of, oh yeah, that my brain came up with that. I had the answer in me. I'm insecure in my own clothes and style. How do I find me? The next time you go out and look at clothes, take somebody with you. I have a hard time getting clothes or knowing if they look good on me unless I have somebody there who can be like, oh yeah, that looks good. Because the thing about what looks good on you is that from your perspective, you might not feel that it looks good on you, but from other people's perspective, they're like, damn, that looks awesome. What's my favorite style of pizza and favorite toppings on a pizza of that style? I love a good thin crust pizza. I like it crispy. Also, I like it simple. I like it simple. I used to be a toppings guy. I used to like the supreme pizza, like, oh yeah, give me all the toppings. But lately it's just like, this is just a bit too much. It just takes away from the pizza experience I found. So, I don't know, as I get older, I find myself to be more of a pizza purist. Like, I'd rather have a well done cheese pizza than a crappy pizza with 15 toppings on it. I like to just keep it straight up. I'll just normally I'm like, give me one topping. I'm pretty good with just one topping on my pizza. Maybe pepperoni, maybe sausage. I also like a white sauce with like a chicken on a pizza. I find that's pretty good too. Have I ever had St. Louis style pizza? Yep, we have. I haven't had it in a while though because Emo's is expensive. St. Louis has a pizza style. Yeah, it's like a very thin crust. It's like cracker thin. But then they don't use mozzarella cheese. They use provolone. Some people hate it. I don't mind it though. I think it's fine. Oh, it's Provel cheese? Can you blame me for mixing up Provel cheese with provolone cheese? If I'm being honest, I always just thought that people were saying Provel because they were lazy. I thought people said Provel in the same way that people say Motz or Mutz when they're talking about mozzarella. You stopped in New Haven for their pizza? I would love to try a New Haven pie. I only like pineapple pizza if it has a duck sauce base. But what? See, the thing about me, and the conclusion that I'm coming to as a pizza lover, like I love pizza, right? Like who doesn't like pizza? But what I'm coming to the conclusion is like, if I'm having a pizza with too many toppings, I would rather just have a sandwich. For me, I like the pizza to be, light and crispy. I like to be able to taste, the sauce and the cheese. And so I'm like, one topping is normally good enough for me. It's like if it's a good crust, if it's a good sauce, and if it's good cheese, it's like you don't really need much else, you know? I feel like stuffed crust is extra then. If I were to have like a stuffed crust pizza, it'd probably be something that I'd make at home. I just find the stuffed crust pizza you get from like a pizza restaurant to just be like kind of gross. I'm insecure in my own clothes and style. How do I find me? Well, I like giving people fashion tips, if I'm being honest. It's hard to go wrong with like a timeless look. There are certain trends in fashion that aren't really going away, like denim. Like denim will probably always be in. Also, having a good jacket is really important to your fashion. But the sexiest thing you can wear is confidence. What about a denim jacket? I love denim jackets. I love a denim jacket. Welcome in, snailies. The way that Maddie Bear will be in here, but then also be here with the Snaily raid, I'm like... Maddie Bear's out here doing two things at once. Maddie Bear's out here mixing tones. Did you see this? Like, let me show you, like... Maddie Bear was in the Discord just like, I'm stacking these frequencies. I'm like, Maddie Bear, stop. The government's gonna come after you. The CIA's gonna get you. You're gonna become too powerful. You gotta be careful with matching these tones. The CIA is gonna... Next thing you know, you're gonna get a black bag put over your head and you're gonna wake up in some back room. And some government suit's gonna be asking you questions. Insecure in my own clothes and styles. How do I find me? Based on your body type, certain clothes might fit you better. So I would just do some research on like what types of outfits, what types of like cut of clothing looks better on your body type. Because like for some people, a certain cut of like shirt might not look that good, whereas another style of shirt might look really good. And this, it all just depends. But the most important thing is to just be confident in it. I'm lazy and I wear for comfort. Thank God for athleisure. Hi, I'm new here. Hey, welcome in. I just wanted to vent. I'm transgender and live in Missouri, and I started hormones 2 years ago, and I've never been happier in my life. However, I'm becoming more and more anxious with all the anti-trans laws being passed here, and I'm so afraid. I just don't know why people can't leave people like us alone. I'm over 18, and I'm happy. Let me exist. I agree. I'm with you on that one. What we're witnessing here in real time in the United States is the targeted suppression of a minority group. Trans people account for what? Like, what percentage of people are trans? It's like 2%? It's not that much. It's not that high. Probably less. I don't know. What's the stats? Thought it was less than 1? Could be. The reason why they... and it's honestly just exhausting when you think about it. It's like, it's clear as day what they're trying to do. It's just fear-mongering. They're just trying to distract people from problems in their life that are real. It's just a distraction tactic for people to, you know, be afraid of something that they don't understand. It's like, you want people to be worried about migrants and trans people and people of color and people of different religions. It's like, you want them to be afraid of that so they're not afraid of the government that's robbing them blind. So that they're not afraid of the billionaire class that is exploiting everyone. It's around 1.6%. I feel comfortable with my estimate of 2% because I believe that with any statistic of people, it's always going to be a little bit higher because there are going to be people who might not realize it or who are, you know, taught to, you know, a lot of underreporting for sure. I hate Andrew Bailey. He's a monster, and every time I go into the doctor's office, less and less is getting covered. And now with him going after Planned Parenthood, I might really be screwed. Yeah, Missouri fucking sucks. Like, hopefully, I don't know, like there's a realistic concern for trans people living in states that are passing more and more restrictive and regressive draconian legislation. It's like, why do they care so much about passing laws that are anti-trans people, but they don't give a shit about passing laws for making sure that kids are fed lunch in school, or, you know, they're more concerned with book bans and, you know, trans bans than they are anything else. What does Planned Parenthood do for trans people? Planned Parenthood does a lot more than you might think if you haven't been into a Planned Parenthood office. They actually offer all sorts of, like, reproductive health or just other types of services that are, like, they do, like, vasectomies, they'll do, like, STD testing, they'll do all sorts of stuff. But people don't like that. God, this is why I want to start an LGBT gun safety class in Missouri. I want to help arm the LGBT. Like, trans people have always been here and they're not going away. So, these laws that people are passing that are anti trans, it's like, what's the point? It's like, there's literally no point. Like, you're not going to erase transness, it's still going to be a thing. Like, trans people have always been here and they're not going anywhere. So, our options are to either move to a more trans friendly area or to fight for your rights in the state that you're in. Both are tough choices to make, but just try to find your allies no matter what your choice is. This isn't the type of fight that you want to make on your own. Strength and solidarity. My God, it's so obvious too. It's so obvious too, like all of this anti-trans fear-mongering. It's like it's the same stuff that they've done since the dawn of time. It's like, you need to be afraid of this group of people that we don't understand. They are who are making your life terrible. Like, oh, they're going after your children, they're indoctrinating your children. It's like, no? I would feel much safer leaving a child alone in a room with a trans person than I would leaving a child alone in a room with a Republican politician. 100 times out of 100. Like, you don't hear stories about trans people, sexually assaulting people in bathrooms, but I've heard plenty of stories about Republican politicians doing things in bathrooms. It's like it's just all projection from them. It's like, we're just tired of it. Like, ugh. I'm in the process of rearranging and bettering my life after a traumatic and depressive year in 2023. Hell yeah. We love that for you. I've spent the last 6 months bettering my life and doing things to live a healthy and happy lifestyle, mentally and physically, to better my anxiety and depression. I have a routine, a good job, a good family life, a good home, but the past 2 months I started a situationship with someone and I am figuring out that they just don't match where I am in life or what page I'm on in what I want in a relationship. We don't like or do similar things. Why do I feel guilty for wanting and needing to end things? Like they are dragging me down, but I feel bad when I really shouldn't whatsoever. How do I turn off the empathy in me to do things good for my own boundaries? Sometimes you need to give people the space that they need to grow. I think it could be, and this is just me speculating, but you asked, so I'm going to speculate. So why do you feel guilty for wanting and needing to end things? Because you saw the problems in your life and you realized what you need to do to fix them, and in doing that, you might see that in other people as well. And so you might want to help them too. But that's the thing, is you can't help everybody. Sometimes all you can do in life is lead by example. If you don't like or do similar things, it's like, that's not really a good foundation for a relationship. It's like, what do you do? You might feel guilty for needing to end things or for wanting to, because it might make you feel like a bad person. It might make you feel like, you know, maybe you're not good enough for making things work, or you didn't have the ability to make things work. I need to go back through my liked tweets, because there's this tweet from Dr. Nicole LePera. One of the saddest parts of the healing journey is letting some people stay where they are while you grow into the better version of yourself. When you're committed to growth, sometimes you outgrow people. And if you... And sometimes you have to let them go. Because otherwise you're not being genuine with yourself, and you're not giving yourself what you need. And so if this relationship isn't going anywhere, it might be best for both of you to let it go. And it's not about turning off your empathy, it's about having empathy. Empathy still has a place here. Like, sometimes you realize you're doing it for, you know, you're focused on the bigger picture or the greater good, and that still is operating from a perspective of empathy. Sometimes in life we might feel guilty when things come to an end because we feel bad that we weren't able to make them work. But maybe things went exactly as they were supposed to. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to learn more about what it is that you're actually seeking in life. It is pretty common, though, when you are working on your life and you are, you know, doing all the things that you need to do, and then you see other people who are struggling, and it's like, oh, I want to help them. I want to show them, you know, what to do, and I want to help them get to, because it worked for me, and I want to help them too. But sometimes the only way that you can help a person is by giving them the space that they need to help themselves. Sometimes maintaining that relationship just allows for resentment to grow. I'm sure you'll figure it out, though. You know, you don't have to end things on a negative term. You can end things, you know, just be like, I feel like this isn't working for either of us. And so it's in everyone's best interest. I hate knowing whenever I'm in my chosen online communities, more often than not, my stalker is also watching me and reading into everything I say. Like, I can't give out too many details about where I am or how I'm doing because their actions are so unpredictable. How do I learn to ignore that fear and continue my life? To quote the rapper 2 Chainz, I'm gonna be fresh as hell if the feds are watching. It was just the first thing to come to mind. It was the first thing to come to mind, but you know, I find inspiration for mental health in all avenues of life, whether it be in a rap song or in a sci-fi book or, you know, in nature itself. Like, wherever I can find it, the better. I I guess all I can say is don't dim your shine so that they can't see it. Allow your light to shine so brightly that it blinds them. Actually, before I move on from that one, you know, I've talked to people who have had like online stalkers before, and there is just kind of this lingering feeling of like they always feel like the person is watching them. Even though they might not be. There's just that feeling of like being watched. And so, how do you handle that? It's like, well, if I am being watched, let them see me shine. Let them see just how brightly I can shine. Any amount of success is going to be met with a certain amount of envy. So don't let other people's feelings stop you from being successful. Also, wishing all of the stalkers of the world a very merry get help. and a happy seek therapy. Following up from the long post about weight and body issues, thank you so much. You're welcome so much. When I'm upset, I get so tunnel visioned in my thoughts and I have a hard time viewing things from other viewpoints. Like I know there are other angles from my issue, which is why I asked because I wanted to hear them. And it made so much sense hearing you talk through it and also the comments from the chat. I haven't given up. Good. Good. You're not a failure until you give up. Also, failing doesn't mean you're a failure. Anybody who is successful failed along the way. Like, do they define themselves as a failure because they've failed? No. We take failure as an opportunity to learn and say, okay, what I did before wasn't working, so I need to try something differently. I just feel a bit defeated with the drugs I am on. And that happens a lot because weight gain is actually a really common side effect for mental health drugs. I'm thinking, I'm like, there are it's honestly a side effect of so many different mental health drugs. Like, it's honestly kind of... I still exercise kinda regularly and meditate. I'm looking into a therapist that deals with body image, weight issues, because of my history with bulimia and binge eating. Love, 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 XO. XO, XO, Papa Keys. Papa Keys. Mwah. You know, even if it's just going on walks. You know, like, even if it's just going on walks, like, every step you take on that walk is a step closer to where you're trying to be. Like, I worked at a mental health facility, and part of what we had there was we had a person there, and she was awesome. She worked on the more like physical side of things, and she would teach like exercise groups, and she would teach like smoking cessation groups and just like those types of things. And a lot of the people who had experienced like weight gain and other like, because when we're dealing with like mental health, it's the medication plays an effect, but it's also like diet and exercise are also a big part of it, because you know, when you're dealing with your mental symptoms of like depression or anxiety, it's like you're probably going to be snacking more, you're probably going to be more sedentary. It's just, that's also a side of it. And so as long as you just keep pushing against it, like you can make improvements. I would just try to look at it as this is just training weights. These are just training weights. It's just... I would also recommend some yoga. Because yoga is free, basically. It's like, if you can afford a yoga mat, and you can get a yoga mat for under $10. Hell, you don't even need the mat. You can do it on your bed if you want to. I speak from experience here that yoga is one of the most impactful things that I did to help me with my own body image. Yoga is like meditation, but for your body. It can help you to feel more in tune, more capable, more flexible, more grounded within your body. We often try to escape our body, but yoga puts you into your body. And if you want to become more comfortable with your body, you got to be in your body. You know what I mean? And the thing about yoga is like you don't have to pull up like a 2-hour yoga routine and then follow along with it, because that's where you're working towards. When you're starting off in yoga, I would recommend just get on the mat and just focus on your body and try to say, okay, where are the tight spots? What spots do I need to work on? What parts do I need to strengthen? What parts do I want to be more flexible? In learning how to do yoga, spend a week just getting more comfortable with your body and just stretching and just warming it up before you even try to follow along with somebody else's yoga routine. Also, yoga's awesome because it's one of the few exercises that you can do while you're laying on the ground. Best of luck. Best of luck. I'm sure you're gonna do great, bud. You're gonna do just fine. Sometimes you play TFT on your phone while you're on yoga. Like, yeah, okay, I'm glad that you brought that up. Because if you're on your phone, like browsing social media, you're on TikTok, you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, whatever, you can do it while you're doing yoga. You can multitask. That for me was the game changer, was learning that I can do yoga wherever and wherever. Like, oh, I'm standing next to the microwave waiting for something to finish. Like, okay, I can take that minute to do some stretching. It's just like learning how to meditate. It's like the trick in learning how to meditate is to learn how to do it anywhere, anytime, for any length of time. Same goes for yoga. There are going to be times where you want to like sit down and do it for like an hour, sure, but then also just incorporating it into the rest of your life. Like even if you're just standing or sitting, you're like, what can I do to like also, just be more in tune with my body at that time? I love that for you though. Like that's the thing about yoga, is that it's such a like relaxed, low impact type of workout that like you can do other stuff while you're doing it. Like you can listen to an audiobook, you can read the news, you can play a game. That's cool. You never thought about yoga that way? I consider yoga and meditation to be one and the same for me, because I practice Kundalini yoga, which is basically yoga combined with meditation. Because it allows me to just like get even deeper into my body. I tried that one time, but I think it was too advanced for me. You'll get there. You'll get there. I started off my practice of Kundalini Yoga on accident. I didn't realize that Kundalini Yoga was a thing until I had actually been practicing it for a little while. Because what I was trying to do is I was trying to practice my Prana Bindu, which isn't actually a thing in real life. It's from a book. In the novel Dune, the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood practices the art of Prana Bindu, which is total muscle and nerve control. And I thought that was really cool, and I was like, I want to practice total muscle and nerve control. But the closest adjacent thing in real life is Kundalini Yoga, as it turns out. So that's how I that's how I got started. I'm going to KC Memorial Day weekend for a funeral. Do you have any recommendations on sights to see? Sure, depending on what it is you like to do. Sights to see in KC. Liberty Memorial is cool. Kansas City is the home of the World War I Museum, and it's located at Liberty Memorial. Not only is it a cool museum, but just the building itself and like the grounds that it's on is cool, and you can like get out and like walk all around it. And it's also like up on a hill, so you can see like the downtown area from there. That part's pretty cool. If you go to like downtown Kansas City, you can go to Union Station, and then there is a streetcar that goes up and down Main Street. And so you can ride it all the way from Union Station all the way up to the River Market. And there are cool places that it stop like along the streetcar stops. You know, there's the Power and Light District, there's the Crossroads District, and then you've got so that's like downtown. Downtown's pretty cool, but outside of that, the zoo's not bad. We have a pretty decent zoo if you like zoos. The Nelson Atkins Art Museum is free, and it's a cool museum. They've got, you know, it's also a big museum because they've got a whole section that's like the classical and like ancient art. There's like Egyptian and like classical, like European, and like all sorts of like, and then there's also a modern art section, so it's like two museums in one. And then the Nelson Atkins is also right down the street from the plaza, which is another cool little area. There's a lot of like shopping and food and stuff like that, so. Like, what's the best food? There's a lot of good places to eat around Kansas City. Like, if you like barbecue, there's a lot of good barbecue places. If you go to Gates, though, and you've never been to Gates before, it's like, it's a vibe. There's a certain atmosphere. You might be surprised if you were to go to Gates and the people who are working there like start yelling at you. They're like, "What do you want?" You never heard of that? Oh yeah. Yeah, they don't play. Kansas City does have some great barbecue though. And there's all sorts of different places you can get it from. So what else? Things to do in Kansas City. The Nelson Atkins Museum is really cool. So I would recommend that if you have time to go because it's free. Also, it's free to park on the street, but if you park in the garage, you have to pay. So if you go there, I would say try to find street parking. Where's the place where they throw the cornbread to your table like a baseball? I think you might be thinking of Stroud. Not Stroud's. Stroud's is a good place to eat. It's like, it's known for its like pan-fried chicken. Like Stroud's fried chicken is very good. But the place where they throw rolls at you, it's called Lambert's, and that's pretty far from Kansas City. It's out near like, it's a few hours away. It's closer to like the Ozarks. But they throw rolls there. They throw rolls at you. And they're not cold. They're hot. They're hot rolls. I'd love to go back to Golden Corral as an adult. You would. Golden Corral. It's on the same tier as like hospital food. Also, there isn't much to do on the Kansas side. Kansas City has existed for longer than the state of Kansas. The state of Kansas is actually named after Kansas City. Oh, thank you. I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to go to a buffet, there are better buffets than Golden Corral. Golden Corral is like bottom of the barrel. I made a past submission talking about how I sometimes consider when I would have to have children for my parents to see them grow up to my age. After what you said, I felt reassured and didn't think about it for a while. While home this past weekend, it kind of came up out of nowhere. I've never said anything to my mom about what I thought, but she said she thinks about how old she will be able to see me one day, and if she'll see me make it into my late 50s. Wow, I hadn't had any tears until writing what she said to me, but I don't know. I don't know what to say to either of us to make us feel better, to make us feel any better, so wondering if you could take a try. I would say something along the lines of, we'll worry about that when we get there. You know, don't worry about how much time you have left, just spend the time you have, you know, enjoying the moment that you're in. Just try to make every day that you have together meaningful. That's what matters most. Also, I feel like a lot of parents have this thing where no matter how old their child gets, they always see them as, their baby. At 38, most people have finally stopped asking me when I'm going to have kids. Why are people so obsessed with that? I feel like people are like, hey, when are you gonna just completely shift the directive of your life? Like, when are you gonna just, like, make your life about somebody else? Like, when are you just gonna, like, change your complete identity? It's like, if you don't want kids, don't have kids. There's nothing worse you can do to a child than to have them if you don't want them. Well, there are worse things, but you know what I mean. I feel like, going forward from this, like with you and your mom, it's more about, spending quality time together. The time that you do have, that's what matters more. It's not about how much time you have left, it's about the fact that you have time right now. Period. So about this puppy I'm raising on behalf of my sister. She lets him sleep on the bed. Should I do that? Should I let him up? If you want to, if he's pretty good about going outside. Sometimes in the initial stages of having a puppy, when you're trying to housebreak them, you might want to crate train them, so they might have to sleep in the kennel, at least initially, until they get the idea that they can't go to the bathroom inside. So I feel like the answer to your question depends on how good the puppy is with going outside and letting you know that they need to go outside. That's one of the hardest parts about having a puppy is that initial stage where you're like housebreaking them. Because you can't really, like, if you let them sleep in your bed, they might get up in the middle of the night and go pee somewhere. And then at that point, it's like it's too late to correct them because they did it in the middle of the night. It's like when it comes to like training a dog, it's like you have to really like catch him in the act. You know what I mean? You're like potty pads enable dogs to pee inside more. Yeah, like I had potty pads with Penny, and now it's just like she's pad trained. Penny's pretty good about it, but like so yeah, using pads can complicate things. I see the value in them though, because like some people, like if you live in an apartment building and you have like a little dog, and it's not like I don't want to go down 9 flights of stairs to take my dog outside every time they have to pee. I would rather just like put a pad on the balcony or something. Like I get it. Also, puppy snuggles are great, so I don't know. It's up to you. If you feel comfortable doing it, let them up. But if the dog's not good about holding it all night and then waiting until the morning to go outside, sleeping in the kennel is probably for the best. They might whine, they might complain, but realistically, dogs kind of like having their own little private space. Like, I've got the dog kennels in the office, and I think the dogs are literally just like laying in their kennels with the doors open, just chilling. Let him up. I want to say thank you for helping me view my guilt of dissociating myself from my POS of a dad. I'm still working on it, but the heaviness of the guilt is gone. Love to hear it. Doesn't it feel great? Doesn't it feel like a weight has been lifted? It's one of those moments in life where you let go of a weight that you realize you haven't been holding on to for decades, perhaps. You lined your kennel bottom with a dog bed. Same. Like all of our dogs, their kennels are all like they're like beds as well. Like 2 of the kennels were big enough we were actually able to fit a whole dog bed in there, and then the other one I put down like a little like rug as the base layer, and then like a big like quilted blanket as like their bed layer. But yeah, if you're gonna put your dog in a kennel, make it comfy for him. You want you might feel guilty or bad like putting your dog in a kennel, but like they like it. They like having a place where they can go to and feel safe, because it's their little, it's like their room, you know? It's like sometimes you just want to go in your room and shut the door and just be alone. Like dogs like that too. Alright, back to the question. I think I'm finally starting to accept that I didn't get the father that I needed, and his abusive behavior for years was not his way of tough love. He's in his 80s now, and I'm not going out of my way to help him during these last years. We call that natural consequences. It's like, hey, parents, you mistreated me for years. Why should I help you now that you're old? You kind of signed away that right. Like, you didn't take care of me when I was young, why should I take care of you when you're old? Like, what do you expect? He's never contributed to my life in a positive way. And it's his loss that I'm not going to be his caregiver because I was a hell of a good caregiver to my mom. Thank you for your way of explaining mental health to us. You are welcome. Thank you for this update. I love an update. Whether or not you choose to be a caregiver for your elderly parent is up to you. Obviously, it's an easier decision to make if you had a good relationship with your parent. If you had a bad relationship with your parent, some people still choose to step up and to be a caregiver for their parent because you know you want to be a good person, but like you're not wrong in not helping them either. It's like it's up to you. It's your choice. You know, I respect your choice either way. Also, just consider how much your parent taught you by showing you what not to do. Sometimes a person showing you what not to do is just as helpful as a person showing you what to do. Well, hopefully in his old age he has time to reflect on his life and his relationship with you, and if you ever want to just tell him exactly how you feel about him, you can do that too. You can let him know. You don't want to leave anything left unsaid. Like, I haven't seen my dad since I was a teenager. But, like, I've never closed that door. I've never, like, refused contact from him or anything. He just hasn't tried to reach out to me, and I'm not really sure why. I mean, I kind of can guess, but there's a part of me that's just like, wait until you're old and bedbound, you stubborn old fuck. Then I'm really gonna tell you how I feel about you. Yep, parents are weird, aren't they? Just the relationships we form with them, and parents can really mess us up, right? And it's important to understand the ways in which your parents mess you up so that you can realize what it is that you want to fix about yourself. Just try not to get caught in the cycle of just blaming your parents for the way you are, and start embracing accountability in making the changes that you need to so that you can overcome what you've been taught. Hi, Papa. My body needs more exercise. Honestly, mine too. I'm there with you on that one. I've fallen out of habit, and I've gotten a bit flabby over the winter. And then I messed my arm up, and I wasn't able to go to the gym, and so I think that's part of the reason why I'm feeling so down. Is I just don't really feel as physically capable as I'm used to feeling. Did we ever get the yoga stream we earned from the subathon? I think we did. We'll be getting more of those though once the house is in better order. Your father-in-law died in March and fucked over one of his sons by cutting him out as a financial beneficiary to an IRA. The twin brother and my mother-in-law get everything. He's devastated. Has he considered talking to his twin brother and his mother-in-law? I can't imagine myself in a position where, like, I was left everything by a parent and they wrote out one of my other siblings. I'd be like, okay, don't worry, I will make things right. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Sometimes people will surprise you with their greed. It's not like he can't still get access to that, you know? He can't talk to, like, you know, talk to your twin brother, talk to your mom, like, talk to him about it, be like, you know what I mean? Like, you can override that decision. It's not like we're like, what does he do? Gonna haunt you? He's like, oh no, you weren't supposed to give that money to your brother, and now I'm gonna haunt you. Could happen though. Hi, Papa. My body needs more exercise, and I'm willing to try a group lesson for pole dancing. I did running as an individual sport and wall climbing as a group sport, yet both don't have my interest anymore. You know, you tried it and it didn't really keep your interest, so I think it's a good idea to try something new. I'm a bit scared that I will not fit in the group. Normally, I would follow my own advice for just going, yet maybe we could collectively find a motivation for me to actually go. Much love. Don't write yourself off ahead of time, you know? No need to write yourself off. You gotta try fitting into the group before you start to assess whether or not you do fit into the group. The only thing that you need to be able to fit into a group for a pole dancing lessons is an interest in pole dancing. It's the only thing you need. It's the only thing you need to click with the other group. That's your mutual interest. If you have a mutual interest, what else do you need to fit into the group? I think you'd have a lot of fun. Focus on that. Ask yourself what could go right instead of asking yourself what could go wrong. If you think you'll have fun, you'll probably end up having fun. But if you think you're not going to have fun and you're not going to fit in, then you're writing a self-fulfilling prophecy for yourself, and we don't want to do that. Atticus, I'm gonna let you out. Come on, dog. My mother-in-law does not want to get involved. What? It doesn't really seem like that big of a... I don't... You're having dinner with the mother-in-law on Thursday? Yeah, I would talk to her about it. I'd be like... Sometimes people write people out of their wills because they're angry. She hates confrontation? Who is she confronting? Like, it's not that hard to, like, redistribute the inheritance so that somebody gets a fair share. It's not that hard to do. You kicked your sister-in-law off a tractor? Well, it sounds like there's more at play here. I don't know. Inheritances can really mess up a family. It's like the greed can just override other people's emotions. It's honestly kind of sick. Just seeing how much a family can change once there's money on the table. Hi, Papa. I wanted to give a quick update about my friend who was in an abusive relationship that I asked about a week ago. I don't know if I was able to provide much support, but it got to a breaking point where she broke down for the first time in a long while for her. I think something snapped in her head and she started taking my advice of telling her friends close to her area, making an emergency bag, and staying out at one of her friends' places. Yes. Yes. That took a lot of guts, so I'm happy she was able to get out of there. When her boyfriend was out for Mother's Day, she packed up all her valuables and is storing them at her friend's place. She broke up with him and told his godmother since she has been in an abusive relationship before. Now she's sorting out her living situation since her ex was on the lease with her and is calling the property manager. That's the gist of what's been happening, though. I can't shake this weird feeling I have. It's like, she could also call the property manager and... She also could call the property manager and explain why she needs to leave. Oh, I would love to be on that call. I would love to be on that call with the property manager. You never know the schedule of my streams? Tuesday through Friday, and I'm also trying to do more weekend streams. 1 p.m. Central is when we start, and then I normally go until like 6 o'clock. It's like, if he's calling the property manager, you can also call the property manager. Like, hey, yeah, I know we're on this lease together, but I need you to remove my name from the lease because for my own physical safety, I have to move. I would love to be on that call. Just explaining to a property manager why I need to be off this lease because the person I'm with is abusing me. It's like they can let you off that lease scot-free and then they can just put it all on him. That is within their power to do. Right now, I'm a bit disappointed with my boyfriend, who is friends with her ex, since he mostly feels uncomfortable and doesn't want to get involved. Silence is violence, I fear. I think if I were him, I would want to find him some sort of therapy or something. Then I would just ask him. I would be like, how do you want to help this person? Like, your boyfriend hopefully realizes that this is not healthy, this is dangerous, this is violent behavior. So hopefully he's able to realize. Like, if I found out that one of my guy friends was beating his partner, like, I'm sorry, but he's gonna have to deal with me. I'm like, hey, buddy, pick on somebody your own size. And I can't elaborate further, because this is all hypothetical taking place in a video game. But it would be, like, hypothetically speaking, it would be something along the lines of, whatever you did to her, I'm gonna do to you. Like, men need to stop enabling their friends' shitty behavior and not confronting your friends about it, not talking to them about it, and not pointing out to them how their behavior is harmful and wrong. That is enabling them. And if you're enabling abuse, that's like, what's the difference between you and an abuser? God, I just wish I was a vigilante superhero and I could just go around and... Never mind. Like, I don't know. If I feel like your boyfriend should be furious with his friend. Like, why doesn't he want to get involved? Is he trying to protect their friendship? Why is he trying to protect his relationship with an abuser? I don't know. And I don't know what that says about me jumping the gun and making sure my friend is okay, but my rule of thumb... Interesting choice of words. If someone wants to get out of a relationship, they should. Period. I just hate how I have this nagging feeling that plays in my head about the whole I need to know both sides, so I don't know who's being truthful. Physical abuse is never justified. Period. What sides do you need to hear? Like, oh yeah, I need to give the abuser a fair shake. There must have been a reason why he beat up his girlfriend. No, you don't need to hear fuck all from him. Like, what he needs to do is go to therapy. Maybe I'm just disappointed on how mentally I've been handling this just because I see other people who are being more proactive helping her. No, you've done great, and you've been supportive. Like, you've been helpful in the way that you can. It's like, that's fine. You've already done more than most would. A lot of people have a sort of bystander apathy when it comes to abusive situations. They just try to pretend it's not there. They try to overlook it. But you did something, and that's more than most people would do. Also, this worry about not doing enough is actually an indicator that you are a good person. Because that's what good people worry about. Good people worry, like, did I do enough? Could I have done more to help? And that's a sign that you're a good person. I've gotten better at trying to isolate this thought, but sometimes it just pops out of nowhere and it feels shitty. You're in the process of letting it go. So as many times as it needs to cycle back around, that connection will become a little bit weaker each time. Just continue to work on letting it go. I appreciate chat and you for helping me through this situation. Period. I was the one who wrote this, and it really sucks that my boyfriend doesn't want to get involved. Like, it feels like he's in denial and is recoiling. I would just ask him something like, what if it was me? Or what if it, like, if he has sisters that he cares, like, what if it was your sister? Like, how would you feel then? Like, obviously you want him to make that connection and be like, oh yeah, that's fucked up, that's inexcusable. But he probably is just having a hard time coming to terms with the fact that this was somebody that he's friends with and he was wrong about them. The thing about getting more information or hearing both sides is that you'll never have the full story. You'll never get all of the information. Cutie hit the nail on the head with that one. It's like, he's probably just stun locked because he's trying to process that this person that he trusted ended up being a piece of shit, and that's always difficult. You just haven't had a good talk with your boyfriend about all this. I would. I would. And I would just give him the benefit of the doubt, because, you know, Casey talked about this the other day. When we want people to change their mind on something, we want to give them the time that they need to be able to do that, and then we don't want to make them feel bad for taking longer than we expected to get to where they need to get. It's like, just be glad that it worked. Just be glad that they changed their mind. And don't get mad at them for not changing their mind sooner. It's like, I'm also applying some of my own beliefs onto this. Like, I believe that men who hit women are despicable. I feel like that is just some of the scummiest behavior you can engage in. One of my defining traits is that I'm terrible at keeping a job. That might be one of your traits, but it doesn't need to be a part of how you define yourself. Like, don't define yourself on your weaknesses. Your weaknesses are just an area for growth. It's an area for improvement. It doesn't need to be a part of your identity. Just so you know. Do you think you can justify someone abusing another one based on the fact that the abuser may have experienced certain circumstances that made them the way that they are? No. It gives an explanation, but it doesn't excuse it. It explains it, but it doesn't excuse it. If everyone who was ever mistreated or abused ended up becoming abusive, then every person in the world would be abusive. Also, it's avoiding accountability. You're just saying, oh, it happened to me, it made me the way I am. It's like, you can be different. You don't have to be the way that your parents made you. Abusers love avoiding accountability. Alright, back to the question. I have mental illness, autism, and ADHD, and I tend to impulsively quit the moment I get overwhelmed. It usually starts to happen about a month into any job I work. I start becoming really conflicted about getting up every day and going, then coming home and having no energy for myself or the things that I once loved. If I get any kind of shitty treatment from my bosses, it happens sooner than that. So I've been really pushing myself to continue working at this gas station job I've been at for about a month. I've been so proud of myself, even on the bad days, I will essentially force myself to get up and go. Well, last Friday, my boss said something very microaggressive to me, basically accusing me of theft as the only black employee. Doesn't sound very micro to me. That sounds like macro. Also, I hope you recognize that you're growing and improving and learning and, you know, you're breaking free of the mold that you've set for yourself. You're developing skills and you're building your strengths. Where I once felt like I had acquired the mental strength to stick with a job this time, I now feel nothing but despair. I've done nothing but work hard, be kind, and do whatever I can to make sure the store is running smoothly, so it really just broke my entire morale as her employee. Can't fault you for that. On top of that, on the days I accidentally oversleep, she will literally contact my stepdad and have my supervisor contact my uncle? What? What? Can you? I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you're... That violates some boundaries. I think that in your desire to like prove yourself, like to prove to yourself that you could keep a job, you are making yourself endure unfair treatment as a way of like proving to yourself that you can handle a job. But it's like, normal jobs don't do that. Normal jobs don't call your family until like, what? Like, no. It's like their relationship is with you. They have no business calling your family. No. I don't know. I called in like 1 hour before my shift today and she was pissed and sent some very pointed messages to me. I'm truthfully ready to just stop showing up. I am much more at peace just working on my own terms and doing gig work, even if the earnings are less consistent and I may struggle financially. You know, if you have a balance between doing that and maybe working part-time somewhere, you know, there are probably opportunities out there for you that are less personally invasive than working somewhere where they call your family like, what? The mental freedom and peace it gives me is unmatched. I don't know why I continue to try to force myself to work these shitty entry-level jobs. I feel like having to work a shitty entry-level job for a prolonged period of time is a challenge for anybody. It's like, take a CEO and put him behind a cash register and see how well they do. I kind of feel bad because my stepdad essentially got me this job, and I feel like I continue to let my family down by serially quitting jobs, and they don't view hustling/gig work as real work, I fear. I'm just stuck and kind of overwhelmed. So that explains why they called your family, because it sounds like there's a relationship outside of the work environment, and so that's why they cross that boundary. But you could also see how that kind of complicates things. If you, like, you said that you have, you said that you've been, you know, diagnosed with, like, mental illness and stuff. Like, you might be able to contact an employment specialist through wherever you get mental health treatment at, and they might be able to connect you with something that works better for you, something that's less stressful. Or maybe even connecting with, like, a temp agency. Just talking to, like, an employment specialist, I feel like could do a lot. Because there are jobs out there that you might never guess actually exist. So maybe it's just about finding the right job. You know what I mean? Especially one that respects your boundaries. Also, I want you to just give yourself a pat on the back for trying and, you know, sticking through with it as hard as it was. You know, you're building yourself up and you're getting stronger, so just keep working in that direction. Open it, I insist. Since you insist.
Gracie's Corner.
I don't need this in my YouTube algorithm. I don't need this in my YouTube algorithm. I'll open that shit in incognito.
Gracie's Corner. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe!
Hey, here's a song about some of my favorite veggies. It's time to eat our veggies. So do the veggie dance. It's time to eat our veggies. Eat them up while you have a chance. Now do the veggie dance. Now do the veggie dance. Now do the veggie dance. Yum, yum. Eat them up. Yum, yum. Eat them up. Yum, yum. Eat them up. Eat them up. Eat them up. I love my veggies. I love my veggies. I love my veggies. Yum, yum. Eat them up. Yum, yum. Eat them up. Yum.
We're done. We're done. What's this literal brain rot? Yeah, it's for children. It's for children to get them to eat their vegetables. My brother was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and it has been a long and stressful year for my family. Before this, he was completely normal, a college graduate, smartest person I know, has a great job as an engineer. About 2 months ago, he had a manic episode in which he quit his job, texted everyone in his phone that he was God and starting his own church so people could come and worship him. That sounds like a manic episode to me. We tried to take him to the emergency room, and he pretended to be fine and actually tried to tell them that my mom was the one that needed help. That happens all the time, and thankfully, in most situations, the people who actually work at like the hospital and stuff, they're normally pretty good at picking up on that. A person who's manic has a hard time acting normal. Because the thing about somebody who's in a manic state is they think that they're smarter than everybody, and they think that they're just thinking circles around people, but that's not really true. It's like, you can kind of see what it is. It's like, oh no, I'm not crazy. She's actually the crazy one. That's why she brought me here. It's like, okay. Then a couple days later, he was playing this mind game with all of us and kept repeating himself over and over, saying we were all idiots and he's a genius. Yeah, because that's what geniuses do. Geniuses have to continuously remind people that they are a genius. That's definitely what geniuses actually do. A couple days later, he got enraged, crashed my mother's car, and then he was found naked at a nearby park. Your brother has achieved a manic episode bingo. Like, we've hit a bingo. Similar thing happened to a family member of mine. It's so hard and you can't do anything as they blow up their lives. Right? Like, all you can do is just try to step aside, like, step away from the path of the tornado. And try not to get sucked into it. And it's frustrating, and it's hard, and it's like... You can't let them drag you down with them, you know? But they will. This time the cops told him he could volunteer to go to the mental hospital or go to jail, so he chose to go to jail for the night. Why did they let it be voluntary, is my question. Police have the ability to do that involuntarily. Like, they can put you on like a 72-hour hold. And then he checked into a mental hospital the next day. Wow, okay. And he's still trying to convince himself of his sanity. I see. The next day he was checked into a mental hospital and released after maybe a week. Yeah, the thing about mental hospitals is sometimes they will let people go much earlier than you would think. And that's because of any number of reasons, like they might not have the beds, they just might not have the space. They might have to let somebody out who might not be where they want to be, but they are determined to be a less potential risk to themselves or to other people, and so they might let one person out is so that they can have space for somebody who they think is doing worse. As I understand it, they can't 72-hour hold people here unless they're in immediate danger to themselves or others. You mean like crashing a car and then being naked in a park? I'm just like, what else do you need? Do you need them to be waving a weapon? Fast forward to now, and he's not taking the medication he was prescribed. He's recklessly spending all of his money. He's extremely aggressive with all of us if he doesn't get his way, and he lies to both his caseworker and his therapist. And it might be a good idea to have a family session. Like, the thing about a therapeutic relationship is there is patient-client privilege. They can't talk to you unless they have consent to do so. But you can still suggest, you know, a family session to them. Maybe you'd be able to get him to sign a release, I don't know. Any little disagreement turns into a screaming match, so I do my best to avoid him now. I have nowhere else to go, and he keeps threatening to move out but won't. But my parents aren't going to make him move out in the state that he is in right now anyway, because 1, he can't afford it, and 2, we're afraid he's going to hurt himself. Well, it's like he's hurting people right now. He might not be hurting them physically, but like... I just want to get back to some sense of normal. Is there anything we can do? You gotta enforce those boundaries. If his actions and behaviors don't have consequences, then he has no incentive to change or to get treatment. Because if your parents allow him to stay there, that's just them saying the way that you treat us is okay. So continue to treat us this way. I've seen this happen before when I worked in mental health, and it's never easy. It always sucks, okay? So I have empathy for you in this situation. But the reality of the situation is that something's gotta give. And right now there is harm being done. There's harm being done to you, there's harm being done to your parents. And he is harming himself already. And so, we just want to make sure that we're not enabling those behaviors. His actions have to have consequences. And so if... there just needs to be some firm boundaries. There need to be some firm guidelines. Like, if you are going to live here, you have to follow these guidelines. No aggressive outbursts. You have to take your medication. Like, full stop. Like, if you don't do that, that's a deal breaker. You're gonna have to go find your own place. And it sucks, and it's hard. But what else can you do? If you don't do that, he's just gonna burn himself down to the ground, and he's gonna take you all with him. Like, not doing anything about these behaviors is the same as enabling them. Do whatever you need to do to protect your peace. Like, I don't know, maybe if the reality of the world starts to set in with him, then he will be more motivated to get treatment. Sometimes when people are on their way down, You have to let them go. Sometimes you have to let them hit their rock bottom so that they can start the climb back up. And that's one of the really uncomfortable truths of mental health treatment. You can't make anybody do anything that they don't want to do. And so sometimes you have to let people endure the natural consequences of their actions. It's like if you're being extremely aggressive and you're not following through with your treatment, allowing you to stay here is only enabling that behavior. Is it selfish to get someone manic admitted to a psych ward when they've threatened to harm you in different ways? No, not at all. My parents are saying that I'd be selfish if I did that. And that she'd never act on our threats, but she's already tried to reach for a knife multiple times in her breakdowns, so I can't really trust her. And I would argue that they're being selfish by not stepping up and doing what they need to do and enabling this behavior. I feel like that's selfish. Like, don't let them try to pin that on you. You're not the one making threats and reaching for knives. You're the one who's trying to establish a boundary and getting somebody help when they need help. Having a person in your family who is dealing with a severe and persistent mental illness is never easy. You need all the help you can get. And sometimes if a person isn't willing to get the help that they need, you have to dial back your support so that they can find themselves in a situation where they are more open to getting the help that they need. So in this situation, it's not going to be like, you don't have to just kick him out. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, there needs to be some guidelines. There need to be some rules. If you are going to live here, you have to follow these rules. Otherwise, you're going to have to find somewhere else to go. Don't match his anger and aggression with anger and aggression. You just have to try your best to just be calm and level-headed and cool about it. A disagreement doesn't need to turn into a screaming match. If he feels like he needs to scream, let him scream. Let him tire himself out by screaming, but you don't need to scream back at him. Two people screaming at each other isn't communicating. Because where is this situation gonna go? Like, what's gonna end up happening if nothing is done? It's just only going to get worse, and everyone's going to suffer. So it's a time for some hard decisions and some difficult conversations. Just try to come together as a family. Try to support one another in this. It's tough. I'm sorry to hear that you're going through this. It's challenging. I struggle being there for my mentally ill sibling, but also not enabling them. It's like walking a tightrope. It's tough. Also, a lot of people don't realize how some of their behaviors can be enabling. Like, doing nothing is the same as enabling. Not setting boundaries is the same as enabling. You're not directly encouraging them, but you're also not telling them no. You know what I mean? She tried to bite me, hit me, threatened to kill me, threatened suicide, and verbally mentioned twice how she'd kill me if she did it, and somehow my parents called me selfish for telling them if my safety was threatened, I'd call the psych ward. The only people being selfish here are your parents. They're being selfish for not wanting to do anything about the problem. They're being selfish by trying to understate the problem here. Looking after your own well-being is not selfish. And if it is selfish, fuck it, be selfish. You gotta take care of yourself. You gotta keep yourself safe. And so if that's selfish, fine, be selfish. Questioner, this is stressful, but I would try to talk more to your parents about it, and if possible, maybe have a group session with the therapist or, with the case manager, and just try to develop a better mutual understanding, come up with a treatment plan, try to figure out what we can do to actually help your brother. I'm very, very stressed right now, and I have a good reason to be, but I'm tired of letting it affect my sleep. When anxiety hits me really bad, it feels like I have a fever, and that happens a lot at night, so I wake up drenched in sweat a lot. How can I make sleep less stressful for myself? That's a good question. question. What sort of things help you to feel relaxed? What sort of things help you to de-stress? We'll want to incorporate those into our bedtime routine. I think what might be helpful is some of the things that I recommend to people who have a hard time falling asleep. Sometimes when people might be dealing with insomnia or a difficulty falling asleep, one of the things that I'll encourage them to do is to focus not on falling asleep, but focus on feeling relaxed and calm and peaceful. So instead of focusing on sleeping, we focus on creating an atmosphere for sleep. Does that make sense? So give yourself the time that you need to de-stress. Figure out what helps you do that. You're practicing your de-stressing skills, so figure out what helps you feel less stressed. And then incorporate it into your nighttime routine. Give yourself the time you need to feel as calm as you need to be before you go to bed. Like, falling asleep isn't just about feeling exhausted. It's about feeling relaxed, it's about feeling comfortable, and it's about feeling safe. So that is what I would recommend. Focus on the things that help you to feel relaxed, comfortable, and safe. So just get into the habit of asking yourself these questions. When you're getting ready for sleep, what can I do to make myself more comfortable? What can I do to make myself feel more relaxed? And what can I do to make myself feel safe? This is us taking a more proactive stance on our anxiety, and we're working to help snuff it out. Meditation helps de-stress, period. You see this right here? Yes. Meditation before sleep is a great way to help you wind down. Alright, gang, we're caught up with the questions at the moment. I want to go through one of our old slide presentations. We had a question today about how to stop people pleasing. So we're going to revisit one of our old presentations, and we're going to talk about how do we stop people pleasing. Where are my people pleasers at? When I ask the people pleasers to identify themselves, they can't help themselves but identify themselves because they want to please me. I was the questioner. Good, I'm glad you're still here. Oh, that's just rude. I'm just explaining the science of it to you. You know me, I always try to keep it real. Let's talk about it. How do we stop people pleasing? So, this can be a tricky habit to break. When we prioritize other people's needs and desires above our own, this can make us end up feeling drained, resentful, and disconnected from ourselves. Hey, Gen X Cat Lady, what's up? 1 full year. Rainbow unlocked. Let's give it up. Give it up for Gen X Cat Lady with the 1 year. Let's go. Rainbow unlocked. Look so young. Now you know why I don't shave all the time. Today we're gonna go over some of the strategies to break the cycle of people pleasing, and we're gonna talk about how we can build healthier relationships with ourselves and with others. Are you ready? You ready? Get your pencils ready. Get your pencils ready, people pleasers. So what is people pleasing? If you're not familiar with the concept of people pleasing is the tendency to prioritize other people's needs and desires over your own, often at the expense of your own well-being. Like you were about to sit down and eat lunch. It's your scheduled lunch break, and your boss comes in and says, "Hey, I got this thing I need done. I need it done right away." You're like, "Okay, I guess I'll eat later." People-pleasing can manifest in a variety of different ways. This can include saying yes to things that we don't want to do. This can also be us avoiding conflict or confrontation. Apologizing excessively. Overextending ourselves to help others. Like maybe you had a bunch of stuff you needed to get done this weekend. You've been busy at work all week and you had stuff that you needed to get done this weekend, but a friend calls you and says, "Hey, I need you to, hey, are you free to help me do this thing?" And you're like, "Sure, of course I am." It can also manifest in the form of ignoring our own needs and desires. We put ourselves on the back burner and we prioritize other people. This is people pleasing in a nutshell. Any questions? If not, let's continue. So, why do we people please? People pleasing can be a learned behavior. This can be something that we learn to do. And it can stem from a variety of factors, including childhood experiences. If you grow up in an environment where your needs and desires were not prioritized, it can lead you to prioritize other people's needs in order to avoid conflict. And this is probably where a lot of people-pleasing behaviors stem from. A lot of them stem from our experiences in childhood. So maybe you were made to feel invalid, or like your emotions or your needs or your wants weren't taken seriously, and that taught you to not prioritize yourself. You were taught to prioritize other people. This can also tie into some cultural expectations. Some cultures place a high value on deference to authority and a respect for elders, which can lead to people-pleasing behavior. Low self-esteem also contributes. If you feel unworthy or unimportant, it can lead you to seek validation from others through people-pleasing behavior. It can give you a sense of purpose, a sense of importance. You can feel validation by helping other people. Also, fear of rejection. We may have a worry that if we don't please people, they're either going to reject us or abandon us. So it also and a lot of this also ties into our early childhood experiences. If you have a history of being rejected or abandoned, it can also tie into this. Feel so called out? Well, here you go. I have the perfect slide for you. Tips for overcoming people-pleasing. Breaking the cycle can be challenging. But it's possible with some intentional effort. So here are some strategies that can help you overcome your people-pleasing. First off, identify your values. If you can clarify your own values and prioritize and your own priorities, it can help you to make decisions that are aligned with your own needs and desires. So what is important to you? What is valued to you? What are your priorities? If we're so used to helping other people and putting other people first, we need to take some time to actually stop and ask ourselves, what is important to me? It can also help you to identify why you people please. Like maybe understanding why you people please can help you to curb your people pleasing behaviors. Next up, practicing self-care. By prioritizing your own physical and emotional needs, this can help you feel more grounded and less dependent on external validation. That's a big one. So take time to practice self-care. Just schedule some time where you've got nothing to do but just be a little bit selfish and just to focus on yourself and what's good for you. We also need to set boundaries. Learning how to say no and how to set boundaries around your time and energy. They're going to be essential if you're going to avoid overextending yourself and feeling resentful. It's okay to say no. Practice your assertiveness. When you are assertive, this is you expressing your needs and your desires in a clear and respectful way without violating the rights of others. Also, challenge your beliefs. Take a look at your beliefs and your assumptions that underlie your people-pleasing behavior. Try to understand why you do it. And identify where your beliefs might be inaccurate or unhelpful. Like, I'm sure there have been times in your life where you maybe asked for help, or maybe you asked somebody for something and they said no. And it's like, was that the end of the world? It's like, oh, I hate them now. They said no to me. Ooh. Probably not. You can tell this is an old slideshow because the way I put it together is... I don't know. My newer slideshows are just so much crispier. Very crispy. If you have a hard time saying no, let's practice. If you have a hard time saying no, let's practice. Chat, I want you to write me an essay, 500 words. I want you to write me an essay on people pleasing. And I want it done by Friday. Fine, tell me no. That's the assignment. I want you to tell me no. All right, let's try again. Don't subscribe. Don't subscribe. I don't want you to subscribe to this stream. I don't do it. Ooh, the pork tree gifted a sub. Ooh, I'm so angry now. I said don't subscribe and you went ahead and gifted a sub. Ooh, nobody else better subscribe. I'm gonna be so angry. You better not do it. You better not subscribe at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. You better not use that free Twitch Prime sub you've got connected by connecting your Amazon Prime and your Twitch account. Oh great, now we're on a hype train. Oh great, now we're on a hype train, so Twitch is boosting us in their algorithm. Oh great, now we're on a hype train. You see, are you happy with yourself? Look at what you've done. I hope you're happy. Pork Tree, Tinker's Guy, and Pixie, thank you for those subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Cut it out. Marty the Party? Now you've subscribed? Now we're on a hype train? Now we're hype training. Great. Great. Now you see what happens? Now we're hyping. Now we're all dancing and playing and having fun. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? Marty the Party is gifting subs? Is this what you wanted? That hype train better not reach level 3. It better not reach level 3. I'm definitely not trying to get my sub count back up. I'm definitely not trying to build my declining sub count back up. Ooh, you better not. You better not. I'm seeing some people not subscribed. It would make me so mad if they were subscribed. If they were either to subscribe themselves or be gifted a sub. Ooh. Ooh. You better not. Ooh. Ooh. You better cool it with all these gifted subs. ECAC Bun just gifted 5 gifted subs. Oh no! Oh no! How could you do this? How could you? Jax Cat Lady with the 500 bits. Oh no! Oh no! What are you doing? Ah! That hype train better not reach level 5. You better not. You better not. Maddie Bear better continue to dodge gifted subs. If Maddie Bear gets gifted a sub, ooh. Ooh, you don't want to know what I'm gonna do. Those people who aren't subscribed better stay unsubscribed, or I swear. Great, now I've caught the hype virus. Now my hype levels are too high. You better stop it. You better quit it with this hype train. You look what's happening. Look what's happening. The hype has infected me. I have become the hype. No, but seriously, are we gonna reach hype train level 5? Are we gonna hit level 5? Are we gonna hit level 5? If we hit level 5, I'm gonna scream. If we hit level 5, I'm gonna Hulk out. Hold on, let me be green. If we hit level 5, I'm gonna be so mad. We only have 1 minute left. We better not hit level 5, or I'm gonna scream. Heterophone with the gifted sub to Maddie Bear. Oh no, it's so close, 65%. We're only a couple gifted subs away from level 5. Could it happen? Oh my god, we're 1 gifted sub away with 20 seconds left. Wait, what? The hype train ended early? No. Now I'm really angry. Now I'm really angry. The hype train ended early. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens. When Twitch ends the hype train early, we would have made it. I know that I was acting like I didn't want it, but I actually did want it. I actually did want those gifted subs. I was using reverse psychology. I'm sorry for deceiving you. Thank you to everyone who tried. Molinaire, Grace GN, Heterophone, Gen X Cat Lady, ECAC Bun, Marty the Party, Pixie, Tinker Sky, the Pork Tree. We tried our best, okay? We tried our best. We got Marty the Party and Maddie the Patty. Thank you for everyone who subscribed, all the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're working our way back up. Trying to get back up to... I was almost at 300. We've fallen back a little bit. And so I'm trying to get back to 200. We're so close. We're so close to 200. I can taste it. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody who supports this community. Thank you for being a part of something cool. I think this is pretty cool what we do here. You like mental health on the internet? In a world that makes mental health inaccessible and way too expensive? Good, me too. So thank you for supporting it. If you want this to be sustainable, I do need your support. And asking for support sucks. It's not easy. But in truth, I do need it. So thank you. Thank you. Mwah. Papa Keys. Let's get back to... Let's wrap up this presentation I had. These are the key takeaways. The key takeaways for people-pleasing presentation. Honestly, going back and looking at this old presentation, you know, I can be very critical of my old work. Like, this wasn't a bad presentation, but in thinking about how I do presentations now, it's like, ooh, my presentations now are so much better. It isn't a bad presentation, though. I'm like, yeah, I could make it better. So, key takeaways. Being a people pleaser can be a difficult habit to break, but it is possible. And the most important thing is you want to put in some intentional effort. You want to be aware of the ways that you are a people pleaser. You want to understand why you are a people pleaser. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what are your goals? What are you motivated by? By identifying your values, practicing self-care, setting boundaries, and practicing assertiveness, and challenging your beliefs. So there's a lot to it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 things. That's a whole list of things. Start with 1, though. Start with 1. I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. Just pick 1. Which one do you want to do first? You can break this cycle of people pleasing, and you can cultivate healthier relationships with both yourself and with others. This is something that I want people to grasp. Is that you have a relationship with yourself. Just as you have a relationship with anybody else. You have views and beliefs and expectations of yourself. And so you want a healthier relationship with yourself. And by extension, you want a healthier relationship with other people. Also, remember, change takes time and effort, but the rewards of living in alignment with your own needs and desires are well worth it. Okay? Period. Period. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Hey, Penny. Peter's here. Peter wants to say hi. Peter, you want to say hi? Peter, come here. Come here, Pee-Pee. Oh, yes. Oh, Pee-Pee. 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 Oh, Pee-Pee. I think I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I will be right back. So we've still got a little bit of time before we wrap up today. So ooh, here's a fun one. Check this camera out. This is the spider crab camera. It's the deep. Look at that. Look at that creepy crab. I'll be right back. Hello? I've been here the whole time. I'm just kidding. I was in the bathroom. What can I do to help my DPDR? Depersonalization derealization disorder. You know, we just watched a video about this last week. We watched a video about this last week and they covered some ways that it's treated. Outside of treating it with medication and therapy, which is the Western approach to treating these types of things, how about I share with you some of the things that I've found to be helpful in my life? Depersonalization derealization disorder kind of makes you feel like you're out of your body. Kind of feels like you're just watching your life happen to you. It creates a disconnect between you and yourself and you and the world you live in. What I've found to be helpful is to practice things that help to put me back into my body. More specifically, meditation and yoga, to just feel more in touch with and in tune with my body. Also, grounding exercises, focusing on your senses, focusing on your breathing. Depersonalization, derealization can be scary, it can be frightening, it can also be confusing and stressful. But it is treatable. It's important to remember that it is treatable. As someone who's experienced it, I can say that doing things to help me reconnect with myself have been helpful. Whether it be taking some time to meditate, doing journaling, practicing yoga, things that help me feel like I'm in my body, that remind me that I am in the driver's seat, I'm not in the passenger's seat. Hi, I need help. Welcome in. You're in the right place. When I have episodes, what happens is I watch my body and I can't do anything at all. I just watch it while my thoughts bury me. This is one of those things where working on it while it's happening can be difficult. If you feel really disconnected, it can be hard to feel connected and it can be hard to take the time to practice what you need to do to feel connected. But if you practice just body awareness and grounding, and you practice these types of things while you do feel like you can, your body will learn, and you'll have that muscle memory. And so when you start to feel yourself disconnecting from yourself, your body will know what it needs to do to reconnect. Another thing that might be helpful, and this might sound strange, but just hear me out. Cold shower. Something to pull you back into your body. You have freezing cold showers every morning. Do you find that those are helpful? They say that cold showers help to boost your serotonin production. I also recommend meditation. In meditation, you actually kind of want to disconnect from your thinking, which might seem counterproductive, but I find that by practicing disconnecting from your thinking, it helps you to gain a sense of control over your connection with yourself. Also, there are different types of meditations you can do. You can do like body scanning meditations. You can also try progressive muscle relaxation. The goal is to try to pull yourself back into your body. DPDR kind of pulls you out of your body. You're trying to reel yourself back in. Some people do it with exercise, some people do it with other sensory input. It's just about pulling yourself back into your body. In your case, it sounds like the DPDR is secondary to your depression and your insomnia. So if you address the underlying cause, being the depression, or in some cases it's caused by anxiety or trauma, DPDR can be caused by different things. It's also a diagnosis on its own. And so the way to treat it is to treat the underlying cause. The video, yeah, we watched that video last Friday. We actually did watch that video last Friday. Do I think I could take Joe Biden in a fist fight if he had Wolverine claws? Am I allowed to kick? Am I allowed to kick? That's my question. I can't pull myself back in. It's not about being able to pull yourself back in right here, right now. It's about practicing the skills that you need to learn how to do that. And giving yourself the time that you need to develop those skills. So practice them every day. Just keep breathing. It helps if you practice it in the moments where you feel like you're already there. It's just like anger management. It's like you want to practice your anger management skills when you're not angry, so that you can know what you need to do when you get angry. It's not about getting angry and then trying to practice your skills. The same works for DPDR. You don't want to practice your grounding and you don't want to practice it when you're already in crisis. You want to practice it when you're actually doing all right, so that you can learn what you need to do so that your body can step in whenever you feel like you're disconnecting. I can't help you with that one. Can't help you with tiny peepee. Do you feel like you're in your body right now? You're not in an episode at this moment, correct? Hold on, before I take this question, I want to talk to you about it. So right here, right now, in this moment, you aren't having an episode? Would you agree? What is your body telling you? What are your senses telling you? What do you feel? What do you see? What do you smell? What's your breathing like? Try to take some nice, calm, deep breaths. Your breathing is your key. The breathing is the way that we tap into our body. We might not be able to control everything about how we feel, but we can control how we breathe. Imagine a more relaxed version of you. How do they breathe? Try to breathe like them. Invite that air in. Hold it for a moment and feel that absorption, that fullness, that satisfaction that comes with a big breath. And then slowly, gently let it out. Like you're trying not to blow out a candle. You are right here. You are right now. The more you practice being in your body when you're not having an episode, the easier it will become to put yourself back into your body when you feel disconnected. It's like studying for a test before you take the test. you want to feel in connection with your body, you just have to listen to what your body is trying to tell you. And it communicates to you through your senses. I recently got kicked out of my apartment, and it took me 3 months of being homeless to find a new place to live. I was all set for my move-in date, moved stuff out of storage in a van and drove over. Turns out there were squatters staying in my new place. After a few days, we negotiated for me to move into that place and for them to move out when they find a new place. I'm now pregnant with his baby. What do I do? Whose baby? The squatter? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with what's going on here. I mean, what do I do? Either try to find a new place or keep looking elsewhere, or wait for them to find a new place and then move in, I guess. Going back to what Pringle Man was talking about, if you want to control your heart rate, Pringle Man, the only thing you have to do is control your breathing. If you can breathe in a relaxed way, your heart rate will slow. Your heart rate will match your breathing. Slows but doesn't go to normal, that's still progress and you're working in the right direction, right? Just give it a little bit of time, it'll get there. Just keep practicing. It's just like a workout. Eventually you'll get there and you'll be able to do more than you thought was possible. I don't know, questioner. Maybe try to connect with some services that can assist expecting mothers. If you're pregnant and you're having a hard time finding a place to live, try to connect to community services that might be able to support you. Tap into those resources that we make available for people in positions like this. There's no shame in asking for help. This isn't something you have to do on your own. If learning how to deal with DPDR was something that you could do in a day, then you would have figured it out already and you would have done it, right? If this was something that was easy to do, and I'm not saying it isn't, I mean, it's challenging, but it's also, it's more about consistency. It's more about repetition. Whenever I feel disconnected, I just go back to my breath. Nothing pulls me back into my body like assuming direct control over my breathing. Like, why does DPDR happen? DPDR happens because sometimes we go into autopilot. That's a normal function of a human brain, is we tend to, sometimes we'll just go into autopilot. Maybe our mind wanders, we drift off, we go somewhere else. But DPDR is kind of like your mind is going into autopilot at unexpected times. Or you have a hard time coming back to yourself when you're in autopilot. Just keep practicing your mindful breathing. Keep practicing those grounding techniques. The more you practice those skills to help you feel present in your body, they'll become second nature to you. And then you'll be able to do them without even thinking. Body has gotten used to breathing again. Celebrate your win. This is a win. I have my own theories on why DPDR is on the rise. Because I do feel like it is on the rise. I think it's a byproduct of late-stage capitalism. I feel like it's a byproduct of late-stage capitalism. You know, just looking at the state of the world and being like, why are things this way? Like, why is there all of this undue suffering in the world? What is DPDR again? Depersonalization derealization disorder. Feel that you're seeing yourself from outside your body, or you sense that things around you are not real. It might feel like you're in a dream, things might feel foggy. You might also feel like you are just watching your life from behind your eyes. The reason why this happens, because pretty much everybody at some point of their lives will have a passing experience with depersonalization or derealization. It's one of the things that happens whenever we're in a chaotic or traumatic event and it's like actually happening, as a way of like pulling us, or just like, think of like a trauma surgeon, you know, like think of somebody who has to like, in that moment, they have to like operate on somebody to try to save their life. And it's like they kind of have to detach from that. They have to forget that like this is a human that I'm cutting into. Like this is like, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's there to protect us from feeling overwhelmed, and sometimes it's there to allow us to act without overthinking, if that makes sense. Like sometimes you just need to do and not think, like in moments of crisis. In the end, it just comes down to retraining your brain. If you practice things that help to pull you into your body, then in those moments when you start to disconnect, it can help you reconnect. I talk about it, but I don't. Okay, how is it treated? Therapy. This is really all they have to say. This is really all they have to say about how it's treated, is therapy. Like, okay, well, aside from that, grounding exercises. Let's talk about grounding exercises. Exposing yourself to warm and cold, picking up items near you and touching them, and then describe them to yourself. Focusing on the texture, focusing on the color. This is you putting yourself into your senses. Normally all of this sensory information is kind of processed in the background, but what we're trying to do is actively process our sensory information. We're putting our awareness into our senses. anything that's sensually stimulating to you. Exactly, like a strong smell. Like I got this thing right here. It smells like it's a Vapo inhaler. It's like menthol. It smells minty. You're 16. Well, good news. Good news. Your brain's got a lot of time to mend. One of the things that we talk about here a lot, and you're new, so welcome. But one of the things we talk about a lot here is how your brain can heal, and your brain can rewire itself. And it's important to remember that. You aren't stuck the way that you are. You're only stuck so long as you believe you are stuck. And so if you focus on healing, if you focus on the next step that you need to take to move in the right direction, you will get there eventually. Just focus on that next baby step. Is DPDR brain damage? No, that's not brain damage. When I say allowing your brain to heal, I don't mean in terms of brain damage. What I'm talking about is, think about the connection that exists inside of your brain. All of those little neurons, all those little brain cells. Hold on, Skeenerbug posted a picture. Let me show you this. Look at all those connections within your brain. This is about 1 cubic millimeter, which is about 1 millionth of your brain. And so, in changing your mind, in changing your thinking, in changing your perception, what you're doing is you are changing these connections within your brain. You are redirecting traffic, you are building new roads, you're building new bridges, you're forming new connections. You can learn to think in an entirely different way than you do right now. But the thing is that it'll probably happen so gradually that it'll feel like nothing happened at all. So think of your brain as a computer, because computers are designed after our brains. We designed computers based on how our brains work. You can change how a computer works by changing its programming. And what you do through things like mindfulness and meditation and reframing is you change the way that your brain works. Just like you're reprogramming a computer, you can reprogram your brain. I just don't understand the brain. Bruh. Even brain experts don't understand the brain fully. How could you? Look how complicated this thing is. This is 1/1,000,000th of your brain. Look at all those brain cells. Look at all those connections. This is one single brain cell, and it has 5,600 things connected to it. Your brain is almost impossibly complicated. But it's kind of beautiful that the brain is the organ in our body that craves understanding of itself. But anyway, isn't that wild? It's a cubic millimeter of your brain. This is 1/1,000,000th of your brain. So imagine this times 1,000,000. That is where all of your thoughts, all of your memories, all of your programming, and you can change it by thinking about it. That to me is one of the most remarkable things about the brain, is that you can change the way that your brain works by using your brain. Your brain can think itself to work differently. I've had constant migraines since the first episode. This could be, like, it could be just due to tension in some other part of your body. If I'm being honest, one of the things that I found most helpful in dealing with, like, chronic headaches is stretching and massaging and just trying to, like, because a lot of times these headaches are just caused by these tiny little, like, tension points in your head or in your, like, maybe in your scalp or in your face or in your neck. I just went to the clinic today and they said my 10-day migraine sounds like occipital neuralgia. I used to have chronic headaches, but I don't anymore because I've through meditation, through stretching, through massage, through, like, one of the things about a headache is that you feel pain in a certain part of your body and it's like you're trying not to feel it. But what I've found is actually more helpful is trying to feel it. Leaning into it instead of trying to avoid it, so that I can track it down and find out what's causing it and where it's coming from. Botox injection in that spot. You might be surprised just how much doing neck stretches can help with headaches. Like, all of these, like, nerves and muscles, it's like they're all interconnected, right? And it's like you might have a pain up here, but it might be because something, like, down in a different part of your head or your neck is, like, pulling it. You know what I mean? It's like there could be tightness in your neck, and it gives you a headache because there's, like, a subtle, like, pull, and now that nerve ending is now agitated because... You know what I mean? You might be surprised how much this little part of your Twitch chat knows useful shit. Oh yeah, I have the smartest chat on Twitch, I think. Due in no part to me whatsoever. Hello, I'm here to make this chat much dumber. How are we doing? Sometimes I think about, you know, what do I want people to take away from this stream? What do I want people to learn? Like, what's the most important things that I want you to take away from this? Your brain can heal. Your thinking can change. And your feelings are not facts. Casey not streaming today, or she streamed all weekend and then she streamed an extra day on Monday. Give her a break. I believe that people can drive themselves crazy, but I also believe that we can drive ourselves sane. But sometimes it helps to have somebody illuminate the path for you. You know, when you're lost in the woods, it's nice to have somebody give you a trailhead. It's nice to, you know, have somebody help show you the way. Ooh-wee. I'm seeing a shrink. They asked me who the voices that were critical of me in my head were. I said no one. I guess I was imagining it. This is a valid question, though. Oftentimes when we have voices in our head that are critical of us, they have a voice. For many people, it's the voice of a parent. But it's important to identify what voice am I delivering it to myself in. Of course, it's all in your head. It's your thoughts. Your thoughts exist inside your head. Well, I think that'll do it for today, everybody. I think that'll wrap us up for today. Another stream in the bag. Yep. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. You're all wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, check us out in the Discord, where we keep the party going. We will be back again tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central. Until then, take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. And we'll see you next time. Alright, everybody. Good luck out there. Bye-bye.